Today's focus should be I want to just look at a map. I want to block it out. Focus, what's that exactly, right? Especially for me. I lose my focus all the fucking time. But today I want to look at just blocking out a map, putting some rough locations in. So we're just going to be white boxing and figuring out what our first level should look like and the general scale for it, in my opinion. And then that way I can take it to the level design team and have them say, okay, this looks good, this looks cool, this is a fun idea. So let's just block out a level, very basic, see what we can do, see what interesting ideas we have, and go from there. Get our music going though. There we go. Give me 1 second. Where's our level? Level 1, prototype level 01. Is it this one? Oh, it must have been this one. And we're using the new world partition for this, or whatever they call it. But I've never worked with it before, so it'd be interesting. Layers, levels. That's disabled. World partition is enabled. My level design friend still here? He is not. Probably is. He's doing some work today. Okay, let's start just by making a bare bones landscape. Would we want a landscape? Or would we just want to stick to meshes? Good question, isn't it? Probably just meshes for now. Okay, let's set the scale of this to something big. This will just be our ground for the moment. 0, 0, 0. Okay. This is a good start. Now we have the Polygon City street meshes. I don't know if they're part of props or not. Probably not. There's sidewalk, roads. The only problem is that I think these roads are individually placed. So if I want to block out some roads, this is what they're going to look like. And that's kind of annoying to me. They do snap well, though. But I was wondering if we could create a blueprint that would build out roads for us. Like on a spline, or probably not on a spline. Hey, how you doing, Datu? You see my burning claws? I got really lucky. I did a tormented demons task. 3 claws. Crazy shit. Congrats, thank you. Yeah, I was pretty lucky. I was hoping to get a synapse, but I'll take 3 claws. 1 out of 500 drop chance for each of those. Got 3 and 180 kills. I'll take it. Could we build a simple road blueprint? People still do low-level PK, or is that a 2000s thing? Not too much. I don't know. I don't do any PKing, so I wouldn't know. You think we could do it? I've never really done this before, but I'll try. Let's make a new folder for blueprints. Road. BP Road. Let's see. Road sections. We'll make this an integer. Default of 1. On construction script, let's get road sections. Let's rename this to... I can't rename that. Can I add a static mesh component? Static mesh component. Add static mesh component. Add child. Clear children. How do I do this? Get child component. I think it's like remove from parent or something, to remove from... Maybe I need another route, something that I can actually change. Road route. I've done this before, but I can't remember how I did it. I might have the project open somewhere. Let me see if I can locate it. Artery, no, that's not it. In this parking panic game. Let me load it up. It's just me if I wanted to learn Unreal Engine. You should learn Unreal. Then we can make a game together. Oh great, compile 6,000. Okay, it's going pretty fast. Should learn Unity? No. We can do so much more in Unreal. Plus I have like a million asset packs we can use. Look at all this shit. Visual novel framework. Easy. We were making a game that we did a small prototype of called Parking Panic. And I did something similar. I made a blueprint where you could scale up the number of parking spots so you could quickly create a set of parking spaces that would be used by the game. And they'd like randomly generate cars in them and stuff. But I forget how I did it. Don't remember how. Let's see, UE5, add static mesh component. How do I create and add a static mesh component to an actor from an actor component blueprint? I just need to know the nodes. You have to add it as a child to a component. Maybe it is called attach. Get attach parent. Get the scene component we are attached to. Attach actor to component. Maybe this is it. Oh, attach component to component. Hold on. Parent, target. Can we clear all children, though, from this? Destroy component. It's not really working, is it? Add static mesh component. And we update the mesh for it. That's static mesh. Yeah, we do have one here. We'll try a for loop. First index 0, last index this -1. And we're gonna make it look better once we have the basic shit working. So right now it's gonna look kind of poo-poo. Location rule, relative transform. We need to get the index. We need to split struct pin. Multiply this by 100. $500. And we'll try the X. Okay. We'll make road sections instance editable. That is working. That is a start. What we want to do now is maybe have like an array of start and end points for the road so that you can adjust. I don't know. We would want to be able to adjust the meshes being used here. We could use an array and we could get the index of the array. So what if we do an array of static meshes that you can then adjust? Mesh array. To be static mesh. Should they be? Yeah, they should be object references. get index set static mesh. Default road sections 1. We'll put a default in the mesh array for this. Maybe we should have a fallback too, so if it can't find a static mesh that aligns with that, or as road sections increases, it will automatically set the array length or size to the number, if it isn't already at that index number. That might be smarter. Yeah, we'll do that first. As road sections increase, if length of the mesh array is less than the length of road sections minus 1. Oh, that's my other game. I already learned how to do it. Oh, I saw that that raptor drawing you did too in dot 2. It's so fucking good. Did you make that drawing? Oh, you didn't do that? I was gonna say, damn, dude, you need to make our new logo. And your deranged archaeologist, full up on those combat achievements. Nice. I need like 76 or something, or like 70 something more combat achievements points for the elite tier. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna get those. Should we just constantly adjust the mesh array to the length? How do we do that? I guess first we'll test if it's equal. And if true, we just keep going. We're okay. However, if false, we need to run some shit first. Almost halfway in total points to hard tier. Dude, that's gonna be so awesome. If you need any help with some of the duo bosses for tasks, just let me know. Speaking of, we can do some partner slayer over the weekend. I finished up with my tormented demons. Better. Oh, you work Saturday? I don't know when you get off of work though. Bless you, thank you. Road sections is... I guess we need to get the difference, right? We need to, because it could, the mesh array might be larger, the mesh array might be smaller. Can I split on Boolean? Split, or, no, I do want to do a switch on Boolean, sorry. Switch on, no, I could do it on an enum. Switch on Boolean, dude, that's just a fucking branch. I'm retarded. Switch on Boolean. Jesus Christ. Should think before I talk sometimes. It's gonna be a little bit dirty. We'll start with this though. I think God Wars Dungeon and Wildy Boss, I'm not sure where I can get points from right now. For combat achievements? Can you share with me a screenshot of your achievements? We'll cap road sections to only being either 1 to, let's just say, 50. The DKs are worthwhile to do. We can duo those if you want. Maybe actually we might be able to get a DK task. You know, we could get a Daganov task. Abyssal Sire isn't too hard, and you can do that with an Abbey Demon task. I don't know what your Slayer level is though. You have Abbey Demons, right? Yeah, Sire's not too bad. Crazy Arc. You could finish up Crazy Arc. Oh, you don't have 85, okay. Chaos Fanatic. That's just annoying. As long as you don't get PK'd, it's not bad to get those ones. Same with Chaos Elemental. DKs can be done. Zilliana, we could get some of them if we duo. What else you got? To sell us. You could do Grotesque Guardians. Those are pretty easy. And you can do Gargoyles, right? Assuming I can get Casey with you there. True. I really hate how the KC is handled in God Wars Dungeon. The GGs aren't too bad. Grotesque Guardians. Yeah, getting these are really, really easy. This one's a bit harder, the perfect one, but that's only 5 points. Speed Trialist might be a little bit tough without really good gear. You can get most of these, I think, pretty easily. Oh, Cow Fight Queen. I mean, if we look, if you and I get a cow fight task, we can go do Cow Fight Queen. KBD is pretty nice too if you can get black dragons. I don't recall KBD's tasks being very difficult. Kill 10, 20 times, anti-fire potion active and anti-dragon shield equipped. Stab weapon, easy. Protect from melee prayer activated, that's the right way to kill him anyway, so easy. 10 times in a private instance without leaving. Just bring brews and restores. That isn't that difficult. Once you get Kraken, that'll be an easy task to complete too. Obor Scur. Which one are you missing from Scurious? Muspa. Muspa's fun. Muspa's a fun boss to do. Seracnus. You probably could finish up Seracnus now as well. Just all the small rat. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I can give you the Din's Bulwark for that. That'll be an easy one. TOA entry mode. We gotta do that sometime. I can run you through entry mode. That'll be a lot of fun. Last some Vorkath. Whisper. I can't beat the Whisper. The Enrage phase is way too difficult for me. The Zalcano ones are easy too once you have the Thriftiness unlocked. Yeah, I think you have some options. We can get you to the hard tier pretty easily. Okay, is it less than the length? We want to test that. Not -1, we want to test that. If you're online right now, do you want me to give you my Din's Bulwark so you can get that Scurious achievement? That way at least, you know, one boss you can finish up. Oh, you're about to go to bed? No worries. I want to do less than or equal though, I think. Mr. Feeble, how you doing? Oh, you bought a trident of the swamp? Now that Zoro scales have climbed back up in price. Oh, of the seas? Okay. You have to be a higher magic level for the swamp. It's still cheaper though to use the Trident of the Swamp than usually most other damaging spells. I think. 536 cost per charge for a max hit at 99 of 31 before boosts. You have like Fire Surge. 24 before boost for... Oh, it's not too expensive. 351 with a smokestaff. Not too bad. Scales have really made it more expensive. Today should be my last ever day at uni, however, it's not because I've been sick a couple months and behind practically. Oof. No more BS lectures, though. Dude, nice. Your last day ever, fuck. Wish I could celebrate with you. you have anything lined up for after uni? Road sections is less than the length. We need to just delete. If true, we need to get the difference. Road sections less, so get the length minus the road sections. For loop. You have 2 jobs, don't tell them you're a dirty cheater. Yeah, you get paid, right? Fuck bitches, make money. That's how you're supposed to live life, right? Remove index. Wait, in order to remove index, though, we'd have to... Can we scale back an array? Is there a way to do that? We could reverse the elements of the array and then reverse them back. That seems kind of a bad way to do it, though. I think instead what we could do is grab the... For each on the loop, grab the last index, remove the last index, and I think every time we call this, it should just remove the last one. I think. Let's move to a country in a couple years once I've developed my proper portfolio. Could move to Asia and be super wealthy there and just play games and Asians. I mean, that's an option, isn't it? God damn you. Seems pretty peak. It is something, isn't it? Okay, if road sections is greater, though, we want to take the road sections minus the length. And I still think we want to do -1. Or loop through that. And for each of these, we will add an index. With whatever is just default road asset. I don't even know. I need like the default one without any lines on it. If there even is one. Because it might be that road 1 here and road 2, when placed side by side, create the middle of the road. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Get a remote nurse consultant job or marketing job so I can travel too. Then I won't have as much time for games. Oof. What's life worth living if you can't play games? Think that'll work? It's a bit awkward, but I think it'll work. I don't fucking know. If we drag out 2, yeah, it should create a new one. Oh, it's working. Wait, hold on. Look at that. And it's adding the meshes to the array. Maybe it's hard to see with the chat there. I'll drag it out. So as the road sections increases, it scales the array properly of the meshes in there, and you should be able to then not working yet. Probably because of why. The refresh road. Refreshing that doesn't seem to trigger the construction script. But I could put a manual boolean on here to refresh. I think. I'm actually surprised that changing that doesn't seem to trigger the construction script. Oh no, it does. Weird. It's not updating it though. Oh no, it is. Okay, it's working then. No need for a boolean. Well, shit, that worked a lot better than I thought. Hey, Cuthbert. I thought my math might have been wrong on the loops, but they're correct. Okay, let's clean it up then. Make it look nicer. All about the tools, you guys. Better tools you have, the better your designers will thank you. Gotta take off and have a productive stream. Take care, Belicha. And also have a nice weekend. I mean, like your Saturday morning, you probably do that. Yeah, I could wake up a little bit early, and we could play on Saturday morning. I don't mind that. It's the weekend. Fuck it. Wake up at like 6 or 5:30 if we want. Hop in a call and do some early morning Slayer. So the one thing that this won't do is that if you scale down the road sections, it will not, you know, remember what you had there before. Wake up at 6 a.m. to play games. That's how you do it. I'm gonna set this to maximum of like, I don't know. Nah, 50's fine. Now here's the trick. I could rotate them. Should we have the ability to rotate all the meshes? I say yes. Can you convert that to EST? Let's see. CEST to EST. I wake up at... It is 5:46 a.m. for you, right? Currently? Just to make sure. Wait, are you in EST? Oh, you are, okay. If I wake up at like 5 or 6, it'll be near like midnight for you. Rotation is fucked, is it? That works? Okay. I can do that. Let's set an alarm. Time. My fiance is going to find this very interesting. No, not 5:30 p.m. Beautiful. Why is rotation fucked, Casper? Rotation or meshes. It will rotate meshes you need to watch out, as most unreal functions can't rotate pitch or roll over 90 degrees without rear flick. Okay. Where's degrees? I can't set a step on this. Let's just put it at 0 for the moment. Only 3 skills below 70. I gotta catch up to you, man. I've been getting lazy with my farming. Component to it will not work if you have rotate too much. Let's try this first. I want to roll the... I want to do the roll, pitch, or yaw. The yaw. Okay. I always have to look this up. I always forget. Well, it should work, right? Let's see how badly it fucks up if I do this. Well, it messes up the root, primarily because the root on this mesh is so fucked up in the first place. But it does work. I copy this and I set this to -90. can fix pivot point. Is that worth doing? Do you think this pivot point is okay on this, or should we put it in the center? What is your personal opinion on this? Depends on use case. There's some good stats now too. Like, having the pivot point in the corner does make it easy to do the math. Although it's not really that particularly difficult anyway, considering it is a 500 by 500 plane. It's weird that the... Why is the root there? That was weird. I mean, it does work. All the planes have some weird stuff going on with them because of their locationing. They're good assets from the top, but then there's some kind of not so great shit happening. Probably because they are completely flat planes. Ah, shit. Can that be fixed by just putting like a cube underneath them or something? I could overlap them a little bit. But then the math gets all weird. I don't know what I want to do about this. Road route. Attach to component. Maybe we should be rotating the road route and not the... No, we have to rotate the meshes specifically. Yeah, it's just gonna end up looking a little bit weird. Not too far off from having all the skill requirements for quests. Which ones? And the player should be able to modify specific sections. So if they want to have a... It'd be nice to put a text actor above each of them showing which section is which. That could be nice. Can I even add like a component like that? Add text render component. Set text. Get the index +1. Or actually, you should we just plug in the index directly. That'll make it easier to know which mesh component to modify, right? Even fire making and farming. Thankfully, those are all pretty quick to get, right? Especially thieving and fire making. Attach to component. We could attach it directly to... Oh, mining? That ain't so fast. AFK though with stars. It is there. I do see them. A little bit wonky. We'll get it sorted out. We want a relative... roll of 90 do it? No, not roll. Yep, that looks better. And then... I think they're clipping. Wrong direction. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Can I also adjust the text size or the font? Set font. Or like font size. I think it's world size, isn't it? Yeah, set world size. Try 48. Can boost for making friends with my arm though, so mostly just 5 levels of fire making. Oh, it won't take too long at all. 9 excruciating levels of thieving. Not if you do like pyramid plunder. You can get the scepter too. How much is that worth now? 3 mil? Good teleports too. Yeah, good night though. See you, it's excruciating. Well, I don't know, you can click Ardoon Knights or something then. See you tomorrow though. We'll play. Okay, that's good. We do keep the rotation. But do we want to do that, or do we want to keep... Do we want to do relative rotation? Oops, that's not it. I could do this. That way, if you have this and you set the rotation back to 0, 90, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's okay. But at least then you know, hey, I want to adjust mesh in the third, so I check index 3, and I can then change it. You see it changes it there. Although that one looks weird there. Parking lines. What the shit? The long boy. Sidewalk. I'm curious what meshes they use to make like the crossings. Just throw them all down and see what they look like. Or I guess even easier would just be doing this. Dual, arrow. Medians. That parking lane. Yellow lines. C, okay. Bunch of sidewalk then. Pathways. Do those have any verticality to them? They do. They're raised up a little bit. I assume they're probably meant to sit like this. I think. Could be wrong. Let me load up their demo scene and see what they did for the, Oh, I see. Okay. Crosswalks and then bare roads completely here. Okay. We can make a blueprint for that too. That should be easy. Yeah, the roads do have noticeable lines. When you look at them like this. And I wonder if there's any way to fix that. To load a region, drag, select an area in the world partition. Oh yeah. Load region. I have to get better at using world partition. I don't know nearly enough about how to do it. Are these all nanite too, by the way? We should make them nanite. Not even showing me. Nanite enabled false. Fuck it, enable nanite. I mean, it shouldn't be that necessary. They're not like that crazy of meshes, but Can't hurt. We'll do it for the props too. I mean, I would think that the LODs on these things are not that bad, but I don't know. We can disable it if we don't want it. Why are the meshes for this so complex? What? Wait. $33 triangles? The fuck is this? How do you make a plane square? With 33 triangles. How do you even manage to do that? What's fine is just weird that it is literally a 500 by 500 square. And this is what the wireframe looks like. That's just weird. When all they are just sections. Do squares scare you? Yes. I mean, look at that. That's so weird. Like it's not like a scary amount, right? It's not gonna cause any performance issues. It's just weird. Is the middle part like raised? I don't think so. They're completely flat planes. Yeah. They're just flat planes. That's the point of that clusterfuck in them. That's what I'm wondering. I have no idea how to explain it. I'm not gonna attempt to. Good thing is we have this set up. I will make a blueprint for like a intersection. EP road. EP intersection. We can all admit it's weird. We'll rotate these in a sec. Okay, this will be the center sections. crossing. I'd kind of like not to have those dark parts though on the bare sections. I don't know how we get rid of those. I didn't notice them in the other level, but maybe they were there. Let me check. Give the shaders a second. I just switched the malt to nanite. Yeah, where the fuck did they hide the dark sections? Unless this is a different static mesh. Environment road bare. What do they do? Oh, they used a separate material. Polygon City 4. A emissive. Default is 01A. So what's the difference between these? Why are there so many? that's so annoying. What is this? There's like different colors. And sides that these things can be on. Really weird. And this says it's emissive, but is it actually emitting? Oh, some of them do. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I can get rid of the light source in here. And I'll throw in ultra dynamic. I want to see what this emissive stuff does. We can see some of them. I don't see like the signs though. Like this light pole doesn't have the emissiveness on it. Yeah, I don't know. And now it shows both of them. I have no idea, I have no clue what's so special about having all these different materials. Your planes are wonky. Whatever. You have a lot of shit to fix up though with it. Okay, let's finish making the intersection BP here. Knowing now that we need to use a different material. Specifically for A. Don't know why. I assume there's also one to use here because these have the dark spots. Or just rotate them so that they're, you know, so that that'll get covered up or something. Don't really know what to do in this case. Could rotate them. Let me see if one of the other materials gets rid of it though. B has both. C has made it lighter. That did nothing. Or gets rid of it. Okay, good to know. Okay, duplicate this. We'll rename the C route to crossings. I don't know how large we want to make one city block. I guess it depends on how large the character is. The good thing is everything is scaled pretty well to the default mannequin. Especially for like a small city. It's pretty okay. Wonder how 20 sections would be for these. 20 sections, which aren't fully generating. Wonderful. Weird. Another intersection here. We want to do like one in between, because if we know that these are 4, then if we make both sides 6, we bump this down to 6, which for some really weird reason, doing that keeps it keeps meshes in the array. I don't know why. Can I put a delay in the construction script? Not that I would really want to, but no, I can't. Weird. So we could do half here. And then duplicate. I don't think right now if I begin play... Yeah. Need to change the game mode. I need DS4 Windows. On. Oh. It does kind of work. No anti-aliasing. Or our OOCH system. We'll have to get those put in. Probably because of the way that I set up the OOCH system, but we can fix that. We also need to fix the world's gravity. But I don't remember what I put it to. Physics. Override world gravity. I don't remember what I put it on to the test level. Negative 400. Okay. Yeah, it's better. Begin play. Grab us my level blueprint stuff too. From here. Test map. Active ragdoll. Yeah, let's grab these. That's better. Much better anti-aliasing. And we have our OOF system. I think the level scale could work, at least to start out with. Like, we just need some things that are destructible, some things to interact with. And yeah, I think that's pretty good to start with. 20 sections. Technically, the complete middle would be where? Right in between 10 and 11? Do -1, so 449 on this. Looks better. Yeah. The OOF system is very, it's very hardcore right now. It doesn't really give you much chance to move away. We'll have to fix that at some point. For now, though, it's okay. Let's set up some sidewalks. We'll get that part running at least. Yeah, that should keep that whole thing loaded. Hold on. Just show 2 cube actors. Wait, what? It's very weird, I don't know. I'm gonna make sure these text renders are hidden in-game though. Set in-game. True. That should make them disappear. Or I grabbed the wrong thing. I grabbed the roads. Yes, indeed. That is exactly what happened. That's better. Okay, let's duplicate the road blueprint. And we're going to use this to make the sidewalks, but we might have to do a little bit of different math for those. We could include sidewalks as part of the road BP, though. Would make them a little bit more complicated. Let's keep them separate. It'll be very similar, but instead of the default mesh here, we want to use... Let's just start with this, default sidewalk. What it looks like? That's shit. It's so bad. Is there a better one? Construction? It's maybe just like a bad material? Hold on. Also like these paths. These paths I think look better. But they're pretty thin. No, the paths are good. The paths are like 2 people wide. It's about the average size of a sidewalk. I don't fucking know then. Path straight. I don't know why the location is so weird for that though. Where's the path straight? Why is this so bad? Why is the route there? That's the worst route ever. How am I supposed to do math on this? Well, I guess it's technically trying to be the same tile. Is what it is. So if we aligned it here with this tile, it sits in the middle there. Like the boundaries are the same. Their sidewalks are just beefy. Sidewalks straight. I mean, it's fine. What is that? Artifacting. What is that? That's so weird. What's causing that, dude? It looks so bad. It's not the nanite, is it? Or is it the grid? It's the grid. Yeah, whatever. It was just the grid. Being an asshole. The larger you set it, the larger the grid is. And it's on the same Z level as the planes. So the grid is just artifacting with the planes, okay. Okay, so we do have some issues with the sidewalks. Let's set this to 5 and try to iron these out. First I'll change the static mesh that we add to be the sidewalk. But it's not this one, is it? It's not SM environment sidewalk 01. It's more like the sidewalk with dip, isn't it? Is it supposed to dip into the road? Feels like we're off a bit. Great. It should be like this. Yes, but that would mean that we need to bring this cube down a bit. Like here. That looks more proper. I mean, theoretically it should be here. Okay. That looks better. Be set to 22 in length. With the first and last, and we also need to move the numbers up a bit. And maybe change them to a different color as well for the sidewalk. Above. I think 15 might be too much, but it's fine. Color, set text render color, make color. Make them black. Oh wait, wouldn't that make it white? Yeah, that makes it black. And I'm gonna find the exact Z value where they pop out. Okay, 2. So the roads are Z value 1, sidewalks are 2. And I feel like the rotation is weird. By default on the sidewalk. Rotation for mesh is plus 90. Another too low again. Weird. Oh, because there is some height to this, actually. Weird. That's fine. Okay, that looks good. And we can change index 0 from just the regular one to one of the corners. We can find it. Sidewalk corner 01. And then we probably want to change the material on that, but I can't do that. It's not crucially important for a prototype, though it would look nice. We could store a material array, similarly to what we do for the mesh array. I mean, all the other logic is the exact same, so we just need to hook it up. Default, this will be... Oh god, what was it called? Polygon City underscore 01. And then right after set static mesh, we can do set material. Oh, little spaghetti-ish. Ignore the spaghetti. Pretend it's not there. We might have to refresh these roads. I don't think it'll update the sidewalks because it may not update the material array properly yet. We'll see. I'd like to add the same array as well to I think it needs a default item in the material array. Come on. Yeah. Polygon City. There we go. So theoretically, we should be able to change the material on this then to Ideally one that fits the color better. If we can actually create a corner for that. We only have just road crossing, so there's no road crossing on the corner. Maybe the demo level handles the corner in some other way. We'll check it out. Nope, it just makes it dark. It does have the dark edge connecting it though. At least on this mesh. This one is wrong, I think. There's no alternative here? Like B or C. There is that one. As far as I can tell, that's the same color. So we can either do that or we can do the dark and then we can connect up to here. I think either works, to be honest. I don't think it really matters. Yeah, I think that works. At least for proto, right? Then we just do the same thing to the last mesh. Corner. Only problem is, how do we rotate that corner? And I think I know how. Let's have a boolean in here. B rotate final mesh boolean. Booly. Instance editable. Rotation for final mesh. Default false. We'll do a check here to see if it's the last index of the array. Probably right at the start. No, we can do a select actually. For the rotation for meshes. Just get a little extra space on this. Do a select. If road sections -1 is equal to the index, and if rotate final mesh is true, we want to do rotation for final mesh false. Make rotation 4 meshes. Spaghetti, I tell you. The rotate final mesh is true. Oh no. Oh no. Just hold. Okay, how do we solve this issue? I forget because the root's so fucked up. Fuck, if the root was in the center, this would be no problem. And me. I'm gonna do this to make it easy. Content, data, road system. We're making an enum, boys. Enum for rotation. Road system rotation. Zero, 90, 180, 270. We don't need 360. Do we need negatives too? Because 270 is equal to 90, right? Or equal to negative 90? Am I crazy about that? Somebody help me with the math. Is negative 90... Let's call it bones. Is negative 90 degrees the same as 270 degrees? Yes. Okay. So we don't need negatives, we just do 0, 90, 180, 270. 360 is the same as 0. Skull and Bones is 60% off. Why would I that's still 40% too much. In fact, if it was free, it still wouldn't be worth it. They should pay me to play the game. You already were paid. No, I was paid to play the Star Wars Outlaws, not Skull and Bones. That did not include Skull and Bones. Rotation. Road system. Change variable type. Shut up. Don't make this difficult. I almost need to do this same select. This aspect is fine for it. But I need to do the same select for its location. For its X location. Right? Like we either multiply by 500, in which case we just plug this in. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Or this construction script is getting really out of hand. There's so many hookups to index. I might as well just make index a local variable at this point. Actually, I should. Loop index. I forgot you can make local variables for construction scripts. Oopsies, my bad. That'll help clear up a lot of the spaghetti. I don't know how you don't get lost in the spiderweb. Stop doing that. It's just a loop. That there, and I'll just move this over. Bing bang boom. Plus spaghetti. Much nicer. And I think I'll make it a little bit nicer, and I'll just pull this over. Pull these up too. That way we can snuggle real close with these selects. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna look weird for it. That's fine. I just need to know where that last mesh actually is. I don't even see it here. Probably because it's setting the location relative, so we need to fix that up here. Let's see our math. Otherwise, take this and add in you just told up on a very interesting variant on how to implement games on RPG Maker. An interesting variant on how to implement? What do you mean? Okay, so this is doing it incorrectly. Rotation for final mesh 90, 180, or 270. We don't want to add a number to the X. We want to... No, we do want to add it to the X. And Y, probably. Usually RPG Maker games look a certain way. This one has a more visual novel style. Show me a screenshot. I'm curious about that. If we set this to 90, what does our X need to look like? Zero. It's our Y that needs to change. It's relative though. Where did the P's go? Oh, it's all the way out here. $90 needs to be negative 500. Yes. Okay, what does 180 look like? Needs to be negative 500. Oh, 500. Sorry. And then negative 500. And if we set it to 270, we should have 500 and 0. Okay, a little bit annoying. Thank you, DM. Okay, give me one sec. Need to fix up how my blueprint looks. You have to adjust both the X and Y if the final mesh is rotated. And then we should be able to freely adjust the material. Beautiful. We can set the rotation 0, 90, 180, 270. Perfect. Obnoxious, but it works. It's all because the root is fucked up on these meshes. Whatever, we did it. This is RPG Maker? Did I sneeze? This is RPG Maker? How? I thought RPG Maker was pretty rigid with certain things. You know which version? Maybe there's like a plugin or something that you can get that changes the interface? There's a will, there's a way, apparently. Not this closed. Maybe there's like an RPG maker Discord or something where you could ask around. Pretty wild though. What's the collision look like on these? That's fine. Reminds me of somebody making FPS on Little Big Planet. People can really be creative with limitation. Little Big Planet, still goated. I think that Little Big Planet's level maker is still very, very good. It's really awesome. Alright, let's see. Get another sidewalk blueprint down now that we have that figured out. Let's rename these two sidewalk sections. And how many do we want here? Not too many. There we go. That should do it. We need to update the base mesh on here to sidewalk straight. For this we can duplicate. Rotate 180. Um. Rotate 0. And we'll just rotate the whole thing. That'll fix it, right? There we go. Sidewalks are a bit awkward, but they generally work. Here we should be able to do the 180 switch. Even the menus look less clunky than usual. The person doing this game must have had a concise vision. I mean, at that point, though, if you're willing to change RPG Maker so heavily, why not just use a different engine? Like, if you probably have enough knowledge of how to program to make that plugin to change it. You may as well just work in a different engine at that point. It does have a very solid backbone of menuing, that's 100% true. It's so easy to just get a game running on RPG Maker. This built-in system for dialogue? True. True, true, true. Good point. Okay, we'll start with this. Okay, that looks pretty good. Only module not used is the overworld moving. This whole game seems to just be using a very extended dialogue system where you pick where you go based on prompts. Pretty cool. I mean, I made a text adventure game in DOS, so it's definitely possible. Yeah, we'll go 10. $180 rotation. You know, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll do this 90. Or, I'm sorry, 0. And I'll just rotate the whole thing. That way the numbers are the same direction. All right. Do I want to? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to extend this in this direction too. Looks good. We'll get this bare block out going for him. Decide where we want certain things, like having that bank, if we want to have a bank that we can rob. As part of like a challenge, that would be cool. I don't know how long this should be. No, 8's perfect. 8, and for the first mesh we want sidewalk corner. The last mesh we want sidewalk corner. But we want to rotate the final mesh. $270. And then change the material for that one to 4A and 4A. And we can duplicate. Duplicate, but we'll take off one of these. And same thing here, but we're going to switch the first one and last. Looks good. Alright, let's copy these over. And rotate. I think all the corners are good. Yeah. And then we just have these two to fill out. Which we can do just like that, and then we can rotate the final mesh by I forgot how awkward that is. This is different AGT experience. How you doing? Another plugin? No, I made this myself. Oh, hold on, I don't want to do that. Nice, got a cup of coffee. You have one? Lucky you. I have to upload your portfolio today. Where are you uploading it to? be a crunch day. Oof. GitHub Sheets? What is GitHub Sheets? Be careful not to sheet your pants. Oh ho ho, that was so fucking good. So funny. It was, don't laugh at that. Destroyed. There's a lot of text renders out there. Looks good. This wasn't a your mama joke. True. Okay, is this actually enough space for the buildings though? Because if it's not enough space for the buildings, we're gonna have a problem. We can move it, but you know, we'll see. Meshes, buildings. Okay, I see. Are they all in 500 by... Okay, they are. Very modular then. Very, very modular. Not this one, though. This one is a big boy. Yeah, it's,
Hey!
Oh, hold on. We're being follow rated.
Bullshit!
Uh-oh.
Derivative.
Hold the line.
That I love. I absolutely love.
Hold the line.
I'm wasted!
Carol! 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 Carol!
Stop it.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative.
Okay, pause, mute alerts. We got that one solved. Let's see. Yeah, just hold, just wait. Don't worry, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We will deal with them. Can I get rid of my bot account? Can I mute it? Yeah, you know what? I can't do that. Oh no, it's using my account now. Yeah, just give me a second. I'll deal with it. It used to be easier when we didn't have the bot account, and then we could just, you know, if that happened, we could just mute the alerts and shit, right? It's fine though. We've had this happen. No, they stopped following, so I can ban them now. Easy to do. Here we go. Log in via Twitch. Authorize. This is my 5th, I think. This is the 5th time this has happened. Banning them does not remove them. Banning them is not the problem. We have to remove them. Does it still pop up? Hold on, I can fix this. Oh, it is still popping up. We got 200 left. I timed out Riley the Raptor. So I figure that'll fix it. Okay, we're almost done. Okay, we're good. We're back. No problem. Typical. I kind of wish if you could go into shield mode and it would prevent people from following too. Should have made a screen cap. Oh, it'll still send me. I'll get an email from Stream Elements later. It'll be like 5,000% increase in followers. Congrats. Like, oh, thanks. Wonderful. They're very high quality followers. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. The weird size. A very weird size. Yeah, I turned off fishing for now, so don't do any fishing. Hopefully when Riley comes back, it's not gonna spam anything. I don't really know how to deal with Riley at the moment. I could untime out Riley, yeah. Do that. Untime out at Riley. Sorry, Riley. You okay now, buddy? No. He's given up. Ignoring me. Yeah. Unless because I timed out Riley, maybe it unmodded Riley. No, Riley's still modded. I mean, not a mod on mods. Oh, showed that it was still a mod. Riley's just mad. I don't know what happened. Well, I just gave it back. Not even working. Riley just isn't even typing anymore. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? I don't know. Give Riley some time. I don't know what's going on. Try typing some stuff in like 10 minutes. I can make it different colors. I untimed out and I modded Riley, but it's still not doing anything, so I don't know what's going on. Fish is disabled right now. I just turned off fishing. I kind of want to have like a building generator too. With blueprints. It'd be a little annoying though. Let me see what the buildings look like in the Polygon city map. Okay, let's see. Let me just find like a standard one here. Okay, so there's a door section, a main section, and then a roof section. They all seem to be similar. Some of them have windows though, and the windows are separate. Some of them have awnings, okay. This is 3 separate sections. For corners. And the stairs are separate here. A little complicated. It's like a big shop. It can be done. Like they all have something on the bottom. They have the middle part and then they have a roof, right? That's easy to control. We can handle cluttering of roofs separately. Those can be placed either manually. Having a quick way to put some buildings together, that would be nice. The only trouble is that there are different mesh sizes. The good part is all the bottom sections are the same size. Or they're the same height, but we do have some that are 1,000 in length. Or width, I guess, would be the proper way to put it. We'll make two separate base building generators. We'll do one for a single size base, another for a double size base. All the roots are the same too, that should make it a bit easier. Okay. Okay, we can do it. Buildings. BP building single building generator. We could make a randomization option too, maybe. That'd be kind of cool. Let's start with bottom building mesh. Duplicate for roof mesh. Will be bottom. Add another static mesh for roof. Default roof mesh will just, I don't know. Apartment roof 1 should be fine. Bottom building, I don't even know what they're called. Apartment 1 should be fine. This is roof 1. Oh no, that's not the right one. Probably just use the door. Yeah, this one. Or this one, either one works. Uh-oh, another follower. Tia Gozel. Thank you. If you are a real person, and I apologize, we just got follow rated by a bunch of bots. Thank you for the follow. I have my alerts turned off at the moment, so I apologize for missing that one. No, this one's okay. This one, he joined in 2018. He's okay. He's a cool dude. Yeah, this one's okay. I kind of apologize because your name kind of looked similar, so I just missed it. I appreciate it. Okay. So that's like the base, then we have the middle section. You know, I'm gonna unrotate these. We just want to use this as a like standard to compare. Is that correct? Yeah. That's fine, and then that is also fine. Okay. So we want our building generator to default just kind of look like this. So on construction script, get bottom building mesh. Default we'll use this. And for the roof mesh, default we will have, yes, this apartment roof 1. Get bottom set static mesh. And then set static mesh for the roof. And we'll set material too. Bottom building material. Looks fine. A little awkward. Looks fine. Roof material. We'll make these infinitely scalable too, just like the roads and the, or you know, to an extent scalable like the roads and the sidewalks. And we'll do those with the arrays as well. Okay, roof material default will be Polygon City A. And same here. Okay. Connect those up. There we go. We have our root spawning the roof and the building bottom with the correct materials. We will need to sort those out with these the array size, just like we do for the sidewalks and such. The question is, can I get bounding box? I can get a bounding box around the static mesh. Let me print this real quick. I'm very curious about it. But I won't do it for the roof mesh, I'll do it for the bottom mesh. Yeah. What did that print? Oops, I just opened Spotify on accident. 250, 150, but that's the location. The extents are 254.817, 278. See, that's not correct. It should be turning out 500. Because, I mean, we look at this. If I scale this to 500, or I'm sorry, 50, actually should be right. 5. It's meters. It should return that that's the bounding box for the size of it. It should be 500 centimeters, but it's only like printing out 250. That's weird. There must be something I'm missing. UE5 get mesh bounding box. Tried to get component bounds and it didn't work, but it seems to be now. I kind of feel dumb anyway. It works perfectly. Okay, it doesn't help me.
Bum 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 bum.
Bounds node is pretty simple. We tell it which component we want.
Hold up, what is this? This is Unreal Engine 5. Why? Component bound. We could try that. Now the only thing for bounds would be get... Oh wait, hold on. The bounds of the mesh. Here's the bounding box local space, including bounds extensions. What is the difference here? Box sphere bounds. Bounding box represents as box origin with extents and also a sphere that encapsulates. Let me try that. Yeah, why is that returning such weird numbers? That's just weird to me. It should not be 250. That is 500. That is 5 meters by 5 meters. I don't even know how to explain this. If I can't get a mesh's accurate bounding box, then we're kind of fucked here. Doesn't like say extents in here, does it? No, it shows approximate size. Is there a way to read that size? Resize in frames. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be what I want. Static mesh, get bounds, boundary box, triangles, none of it. I don't know what it is. Look, it's the bounds are there. We can see the bounds. The bounds are correct. Why is it so wonky? I don't know. Should we just pretend it's okay and just see what happens? We'll see. Alright. 4 sections in here. Let's see what we can do. First off, let's add up the bounds for this. Now the bottom can be right at the root. The roof has to be at the total of the bounds. That has to be done after we do the for loop here. Or for each, more specifically. Though we still need to add up the bounds. So bottom building mesh, get bounds. Let's make a macro here. For add bounds, input will be a static mesh. Hey anomalies. How you doing? And this will be the current bounds total. New bounds. Should be easy. Static mesh. Bounds. Break. Box extent. I'm gonna rename this. Add bounds. I think it's on the Z. Add bounds Z. not floor. We want to do round. Set, what do we want to do? Relative location of the roof mesh. Set relative transform. Why is that? Oh, because of the static. It's not the obviously. Not the component. New location Z. Yeah, see, it's only setting it part way up. I don't get that. Maybe if instead of trying to get the bounds of the mesh directly, I'll get the component, then grab the bounds. Try that instead. Get local bound. Try this. That worked. That worked. I got the component, got local bounds, broke the max, plugged in the Z. That'll work. So we should change this to pull in a static mesh component. Local bounds. Split. Beautiful. That was weird. I don't know why the static mesh was reporting different bounds than the local bounds of the static mesh component. Very odd. Whatever. That should mean now for any sections that we have in the array, we will add a static mesh component. We need to attach them to something. Let's add in a new scene root. Called sections. Root. like to reorder them. Okay, sections root is there. I'm going to set the relative location of this to the bounds total. That should move it up to here. Perfect. And that's where we can start spawning them in. So we'll get sections root, add, what is it, component, what is it called? Attach component to component. Target, parent. Oh yeah, what am I doing? That's static mesh. New mesh, let's promote this to a local variable. Array index. We'll change material too, so we'll do, shut up. Section materials. And we'll have to run the same logic that we do for the sidewalk and roads, which is here. Kind of annoying, but it'll work. Walk section. Just hook that up for now. Instead of mesh array, we want to use sections. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit weird, but it'll work. Oops, yeah, don't do that. Okay, I know the level designers will thank me for all these tools. I have confidence. I don't think we need to do the -1 though. Not on this at least. Add Polygon City 1. And this will be, I don't know, we just need a default section to put in here. This one. Set static mesh, get set material. Now this isn't going to accurately set the transform because we need to grab that. We need to get the bound total. We'll split this up. Location, split. Bound total into the Z. And then at the end, add bound Z of the static mesh component, which should be this. Correct. Okay, moment of truth. I don't see anything there. Oh. That would be why. Okay, what happens if we add a section to this? Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on. I gotta stop touching it. Every time I try to trash the sections section, it doubles it. Can't have that. Uh-oh. It's something new to this section doesn't work. Why is that? Let me debug this. I can show you guys the blueprint that I'm debugging. Why? What is it testing? Sections is equal. False. Section materials is less than or equal to sections. This is true. Get sections length minus this, so 1 minus 0, so loop once. Why is it removing an index from here though? Shouldn't it be the other way around? It is adding more. At least that isn't busting. Being a bit wonky though. Not setting a default mesh either. Probably because I'm adding it directly instead of... Yeah, you know what, I really should just be using like what I did in the sidewalk and the road, which was using the integer to control it. Okay, let me do that then. Let me just do it the way I was doing it before. At least the way I was doing it before wasn't bugging out. Section meshes. Single integer. Zero to... I don't know, we'll just do 5. It really shouldn't be over 5 anyway. Okay, we'll have it the way it was before. Why do we do the -1 though? I don't know why. I already forgot. And we'll want a for loop. As usual, we will straighten this out once it's working. Wait, that's gonna do it because there's nothing there. We need to plug this in. Not here. We needed to do this for sure. But then afterwards we can go do that. And then this. I think that'll work. Although sections here will be, could be 0. In which case I think it'll just auto-complete. I think that'll fix it. Except wherever we need to hook this up to. Sorry, I was quiet. I was locked in there. Okay, if we set this to 1, what happens? Absolutely nothing. Beautiful. That's what we like to see. That's better than something bad happening. Give me a sec. Some music on. Tibetan chants. I think I'm not going to do Tibetan chant. Thank you very much. Be a little bit awkward, wouldn't it? Listen to some monks chanting while working in Unreal. Okay, why is this not working? Let me debug. Yeah, probably because these -1s don't need to be done. I think. Just ending here. Section materials. Is that how it should be? Oh, it should be the meshes. Get length. I like how I'm struggling to replicate my own code that I made like 1 hour ago. Oof. Just oof. Meshes. A section meshes is less than equal sections is greater than, which is true. That's why. That would be why. Boink. Okay, so clearly the math is a little bit messed up, although not really. 1, 2. I don't know where it's placing these. And the section materials is messing up. It's fine, we can fix that. Section meshes is valid index. Through, then loop through. Things I shouldn't be doing the roof yet. I should only do the bottom. Maybe I can clear? Well, the roof is there. But I shouldn't be adding it to the bounds yet. Clear, what am I trying to do? That fix anything? No. What does fix this? Why is this above? And I think that it is above exactly the size of one. Yes. It's doing the math kind of correctly. Kind of correctly. Just, there should be this section should be down where this one is, and the roof should be on top. Not doing that. Why? Sections -1, that's correct. Add the static mesh component. Take the bound total. Which should be the same location as here, right? Where the sections root, because the sections root is set to the bounds total. Rated at that Z. And then update it. Hey, Turning Con, getting ready to go to a game dev conference to network and listen to lectures. Hope you're well. Ooh, which conference are you going to? Oh, we're not getting the current bounds total. That might fix something. A very important thing on the weekend at work on the week where Space Marine 2 comes out. Oof. What'd you get? It's in Madison, so a small look one based on the ticket price. Well, hello, fellow Wisconsinite. I know there was a, like, Southeast, or I'm sorry, a Midwest game conference. But it might not be that one. I don't remember that one happening in Madison. Pretty cool though. Haven't been to Madison in a long time. Okay, wait, hold on. The roof is in the correct location now. But this section is not. The New Year cheese curd? Hell yeah, dude. I like Wisconsin. I miss Wisconsin. What part of the state are you living in? I lived southeast, nearby Waukesha. Got like 20 minutes away from Waukesha. 40 or so minutes from Milwaukee. That's... This is correct. Southeast near Waukesha as well. Get out here, miss the hood where people knew how to be neighborly or mind their own business. Well, you probably know then, Mukwonago. That's where I'm from. There's no way that we're like, we just happen to meet each other and live, or, you know, our hometowns are within like quick driving distance. You still have buddies out there. Oh shit, dude. That's pretty crazy then. I didn't know that. Wild sometimes. I met a they have like American nights here in Poland sometimes in Warsaw, and no, it was for Independence Day. There's a small celebration for American Independence Day in Warsaw that happens in one of the parks, and a lot of the military guys, because you know most of the American guys here are stationed military dudes, and one of the guys I met was from East Troy. And it was just wild, like, dude, no way, like, 5 minutes away from each other, like, halfway across the world. Grew up near House in the Rock, dude. House in the Rock is awesome. I hope that's still around. And being upkept. What is happening here? Hey, 2XP Games. Still around? So my lady, they're on a day trip. Are they like are they repairing? Because I remember when I went probably like 10 years ago. Was the last time, or 10 to 15 years ago, they had a lot of the parts of that needed to be fixed up. Like half of the, you know, exhibits were needing repair, and it's because they're so old. It's like there's only like one old dude in the entire world that can repair those things. does this occur? The pretty much as I remember from going as a kid. Well, shit, that's pretty cool then. For people who don't know, there's this in Wisconsin. There's this really, really interestingly made house. Like, just think of like an architect going crazy with as much money as he could have and building like a whole bunch of like secret rooms and like weird sections to exhibit very odd instrumental based things. I don't even know how to explain the house on the rock. It's a really cool attraction that I don't think gets enough praise or like interest from tourists. Huge attached museum of curiosities. Yeah, there's like, you can put in like it's probably a couple dollars now, but you can play, I don't know, just like this automated playing of like really the classical songs on instruments that play themselves. It's just weird. It's weird, but it's really cool. Oh, you're right. They are called Nickelodeons, aren't they? That's right. There's probably some great videos on YouTube of the house on the rock. A house on the rock. Oh, there's a full house on the rock full tour. Pretty cool. Step into the weirdest house on earth. That's pretty accurate. It's just got some crazy shit in it. It's really cool though. And if you're ever out there in Spring Green, Wisconsin, it is worth a visit. We can watch this sometime. Maybe later after I get this this building generator working, we can watch this. What is fucking up here? And if a world away knows my hometown. You know my hometown too. It's crazy that we're both from southeast Wisconsin. That's what drew us to each other. Little kiss for my Wisconsinites here. Oh, you're from Spring Green. Oh shit. Did you guys like go there as like school trips then? I imagine. I mean, that would be a really cool place to take a whole bunch of kids in school. The house on the rock. Like every other year. I mean, I don't know what else there is in Spring Green. Are there any like caves nearby or something? I'm gonna print the bounds total there, and we're gonna update the bounds total here and print it too. Cave of the Mounds, you're right. I've also been to Cave of the Mounds and to Circus World Museum. If I remember, Cave of the Mounds has a really, really beautiful, like, I don't know how to put it, like, lobby area outside. Cave of the Mounds is nice. That's a nice attraction, too. Little America. I don't know if I've been to Little America. I know there's, like, an old world Wisconsin. I don't know if you ever went there. That's closer to where I grew up. That's an eagle. And this is pretty cool because it's a it's a bunch of LARPers that recreate what it was like to live in the olden days in Wisconsin. That's the closest I can say. It's a bunch of LARPers, okay? But it's pretty cool because you get to like learn how they lived, and you know, it's very educational. It's out there in the wilderness. It's quite beautiful, as you can see from the images. $300, $300, $350. What's going on here? $350, $650. Is it because we're attaching it to the wrong route or something? It is. We're attaching it to the wrong route. Hold on. It should actually be bounds total minus 250. Right? Or minus 500. Fuck, I'm stupid. I was wondering why it wasn't looking right. It's because we move the route up and we attach it to the route, but we should be sending it to minus 500. Minus 300. Okay, that's working now. Fuck me. Just work. Just please work. However, will that still work if we put in a big boy section? Devil's Lake, yeah. Devil's Lake I've been to. Tower Hill State Park I might have been. We got asked to never come back because we were clowning and climbing on stuff. Lol. Were you in Boy Scouts at all? Okay, that's working. Hey, look at that. Look at that. It's working. I remember Boy Scout, but my grandfather told me a lot of that stuff while we were hunting and fishing. Nice. You ever caught anything hunting? I went deer hunting 3 times and we never saw shit up there. Is that emergency exit door up there? Yeah. That's the suicide door. Okay, what's next on the list of things we need to fix up here? The materials are not clearing properly. For some reason. Yeah. Fuck this door. Killed plenty of stuff. Most of my luck was waterfall. I've never been duck hunting. I have been pheasant hunting. I got a pheasant. That was nice. Grouse and ducks. Going hunting in 1.5 months now. Fucking lucky. I miss hunting, and I haven't been fishing either because I live in the goddamn city without a car. Ugh. Oh, I'm looking at lakes that I can, like, if I get a bike, I can bike to pretty easily. Maybe. Is there not a fountain? I can drive to Iowa? Why did you go to Iowa to pheasant hunt? There's some good places to pheasant hunt in Wisconsin. Maybe we're not removing the index properly? No. There used to be a pheasant farm. I don't remember where, but you could then just purchase the pheasants and they would release them into the fields. Show me on the hand. I don't know. Pheasant hunting farm, Wisconsin. It might have either been Pheasant Creek or Cedar Hill Game Farm. It might have been Cedar Hill. Or was it Oak Ridge? There's quite a few of these. Yeah, there's... Oh no, I think it was Wern Valley. It was Wern Valley Sportsman Club. Very, very beautiful lodge. Wern Valley. Oops. Wern Valley Sportsman Club, Wisconsin. And I'm pretty sure they have a field map. Yeah, and you can get... Here's the lodge. I think I went... Yeah, they have the bird pens here. I think I went hunting in this area. I think my father was against the idea of hunting stocked fields. I mean, fair enough, right? Old school Polish immigrant. But at the very least, that's where I went to hunt the pheasants. And it was a very nice lodge. I also learned my hunter safety here, which is cool. This looks exactly the same, so I don't know why it's not working. Mesh array, material. We're not accidentally adding something to the material array, right? Hey Marius. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? See where you're hiding. Are they watchers of your channel? You ratting them out. They dabble. It's my origin story. Why is this not working? For some reason, when setting the sections back to 0, it isn't clearing the material. Probably because it would do that on the sidewalk, except we force the sidewalk to be 1 minimum. That's why. That's why. Okay, so we need to, if sections is equal to 0, we need to clear the section materials. Which I think we can handle right here. And thank you, Marius, for the follow. Sorry my alerts are off. I got
Ladies and gentlemen,
raided by bots.
we got him.
Results from the same area, so we are reminiscing about stuff if you're reading. That's pretty much it, yeah. I think I can turn my alerts back on. Although I think I paused alerts. You guys see alerts popping up? Follow botting is still. I've gotten rated like 5 times in the past few months. I don't know what it is. You ever packaged a game where you got a lot of errors and you couldn't see a solution to the errors? I have, Joran. What errors are you getting? I let down tourist traps, it did. Are my alerts popping up? They are. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to get rid of those. I have to forcefully spam through them till they're gone. It was like 1,000 of the assholes. And I can't skip through all of them, unfortunately. Come on. You know, we'll just leave it up. I will just hide the alerts. I'll keep them muted and we'll just hide the alerts for the moment. Fucking annoying. Never packed a game, but I see a lot of people dealing with that problem online. Usually the errors that will prevent you from packaging your game will appear while you're doing something, right? Like a blueprint error or a, you know, if you just go through your output log and you see any errors here. Warnings should be kind of okay. Errors are the big problem in red. Those are the ones that if they're appearing, they're probably going to cause some issues, right? I don't think I have any in this project, but we'll see. Do some errors though. Attempted to remove an item from an invalid index. It's actually pretty easy to fix. Like if we just want to clear those up because they're annoying. Probably happening here. Is valid index 0. Actually, this one, it won't be here. It would be over here. Hey, GT. We're doing well. We fixed our problem. Succeeded in uploading your portfolio. Want to have a look at my incognito version? Sure. Let's go for it. I have my NPCs. OPE. You bump into them? What do you mean? Oh, dude, that's cool. I like this over here. Can I click on random stuff? Are there secrets? You need some secrets in here. It's kind of cool, dude. That's really awesome. There are secrets not there. How did you make this? iPad windows are a secret? Dude, this is cool. Can I pay you to make my CV too? Do you take commissions? Fuck, dude, that's really awesome. I have a question. How big is PP? No, we won't send you that. Do games in browser with that skill set? Fair. You wait too long, so not sure if it's worth it. That's understandable. Can you look at the project? Yeah, which one do you want me to look at? For this private version, email is disabled. Okay, I see. Which one's your like ideal project to take a look at? Ooh. Any? Okay. This is cool. You can download the game, nice. Ooh, because my name is in it, understandable. I like this. Especially that you put what you learn there, because for me, you know, if I'm like reviewing somebody's portfolio, what they have done is cool. What they learned from doing that is peak. I guess one bug is that it's automatically opening the 5th entry here, and you might want to have it open up the first one or something. I don't know. That's up to you. I don't know if that's a bug or not. You recreated portals. Dude, nice. Oh, it's on purpose? Okay. How did you manage that? UX should allow the tabs to be opened and closed by pressing their banner. I kind of agree with that, yeah, but like clicking on these should open the one and close the others if possible. Hmm. I'm very impressed. My 2 Norwegian kronas. This is a really cool portfolio, dude. I'm jealous and very impressed. I like it. The dynamic collisions, did I see that? I don't think I did. Dude, that's really cool. That's really awesome, dude. You looking for a job? What you want to work on? Want to work on Colon Chronicles with me? When we get funding, so I can pay you. Okay, what bug was I on here? Oh, there we go. I fixed it. All right, we have our building generator. You can change the meshes. You can change the materials, and it will properly scale everything back up to the boundaries. Maybe something we can collab. Let's keep in touch. Are you on our Discord at all? Like, you don't have to stay on there, but at least we can then just add each other as friends. This looks good. Tools, tools, tools. Oh. That's a bit of a problem, isn't that? Oh my god, that causes an issue. Hold on. Okay, we can fix it. Yeah, you don't have to stay on there. I'm not gonna like, hey, stay on our Discord or else, but just add me as a friend. I'm Maester Silvio, the one that should say I'm streaming. Or no, it doesn't. Weird. Equals gents. Okay, I think I see you. Do you have what's his name from Dungeon Meshi as your EFP? What was his name? Okay. Oh, you added me. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, sir. Let's keep in touch. Why are you assembling low poly skyscrapers? This is so that when the level designers are making our first level here, they have some tools to work with. So we have, for instance, a sidewalk generator too. So you can generate sidewalks. And you can have specific meshes for the final ones if you want to have like well, you can actually change the meshes for any of them. Then you can specifically control the rotation, so this is really good for like corners. Senshi, that was his name, thank you. I need to finish up with that anime. And then we have it for roads too. So you can generate roads and change the meshes for them. So this way, with some tools, the level designers should be able to come through and build out some of the basics, and we can use these to build our neighborhoods. Yeah, take care, man. Thank you for sharing that, and we'll keep in touch. So LD can say, okay, we want a building here, let's say one thing. Instance editable this, here, here, and here. So you can change the default mesh and the default roof. And change the material as well so you get different colors. And then you can add sections. Like we want 2 sections on top of this. First section being this stack. Second section being this stack. And then adjust the materials. as well. So that way we have a blueprint that can kind of do what the level designers need for it, and it's pretty scalable. I don't know. Seems like a nice little tool for LD to have. And we can launch our guy into that. If he can even get that far. Do you want code review? I love it. What's that floating shit up in the air? What the fuck was that? Oh, you know what that might have been? That might have been the default character sphere or something. I bet it was. Boink. Recreating pain one feature at a time. How's collision look on this? Should be okay. Yeah. Some kind of clip through the door or the window ways a bit. It's fine though. We can adjust collision for these specifically. There aren't too many meshes, so if we need to go through and kind of do it manually, not a big deal. The second thing I wanted to work on for this was actually a duplicate of the buildings, which would be the double building generator. A little bit more annoying to do this one, but it should be okay. Double building. You like my tools cuts better? My, for instance, like my road. I kind of took inspiration from our parking panic game. You remember? We had something similar with the parking spaces. I don't know if there's like a whole lot of use cases for stuff like that. Why does the road look like that? Well, it's one half of the road, and then each of these are different meshes, so we can change them if we want. We have like different sections, then we can change the materials on these two. It's a lot of use cases. Like our spline tool work like this. Oh, you're right, it did kind of work like that, didn't it? Like we can, you know, build out roads like this pretty easily. I might improve the functionality of it though. And allow you to rotate each section. Is the road just a plane? It is a plane. And I use the numbers on there to help know which index you're adjusting. Based on spline, it was a mess, I can imagine. What I might do is make a custom structure of a mesh, material, and rotation, so you can adjust each one very, very carefully. Get some geometry on your road. I didn't make these. We could probably do something here for car navigation too. Like I could make a spline. with sections that are in the center of each of these. I don't know. Yeah, the snappy roads. I remember snappy roads. Remember how much trouble that caused us too, if we're allowed to even say that. Like, it wasn't bad, but I think we were using it for a use case that it definitely wasn't useful for. Do tools for game and sell both? There's some point to that. $25 plugins. We probably just should have made our own solution, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take, but part of pre-production, we should have realized that that tool was not good for our use case, and we should have made our own. By the way, to be sure there's a conflict in the world? With what? Pepsi Max enjoyer? Pepsi Max pineapple. And I'll tell you what, if you drink about this much, squeeze in a lime, and then fill it up with Malibu, perfect day. I'm living in Poland currently, but I'm from the US. Okay, double building. Let's close. Let's keep these open and close everything to the right. Oh, I just closed everything else. Wonderful. Okay. What an absolute shed. It's always Dr. Pepper or cola. Dr. Pepper is really good for mixing with Jägermeister. Do 1/3 Jäger to one part Jaeger to 2 parts Dr. Pepper, and great. And I ever heard of anyone from the US drink Pepsi Max? In the US we call Pepsi Max Diet Pepsi. So we don't have Pepsi Max, but they're the same thing essentially. It's just 0 sugar. Or when you're on a diet. Pepsi Light, I think Pepsi Light is without, there is no caffeine Pepsi. Hold on, Pepsi US. We have regular, then we have diet, and then we have a caffeine free. So you see diet here is in the silver cans. Yeah, and then there's Diet Pepsi caffeine free. But Diet Pepsi and Pepsi Max are the same thing. Yeah, gold is caffeine free, yeah. Denny's parking lot ensures there's at least a point of conflict in the game world. We would need a Waffle House, wouldn't we? Oh my god, we should add a Waffle House. We should call it like a Blue Waffle House. If you know, you know. Do not... If you're gonna Google it, Google on a... No. Oh god. Don't Google it. Blue Waffle House. This is actually a perfect idea for the game. Google won't show it anymore? Will they not? I'm gonna... Wait, hold on. Let's see if DuckDuckGo shows it. Blue Waffle. It doesn't show it, but it shows some things that kind of allude to you knowing it. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do Blue Waffle House in the game. Like, it's a game that's supposed to be crude and have like toilet humor and some sexual innuendos. And I think Blue Waffle House not only provides a great way to have like a whole bunch of NPCs fighting, but it's also funny. Would Waffle House come after you? I don't think so. I think it's different enough. I mean, we'll do it, and if they send us a cease and desist, then I guess we'll honor it, but... When in doubt, do what you want and wait for the cease and desist to come to your door. Waffle Hut. Blue Waffle Hut. Blue Waffle Hut could work. Their fault for having a generic name. What am I doing here? We need the bottom building mesh to be the 2 2x2 building. But I don't know what it's called. I'll find it. Echo Person's Playbook. Beer brand beer. Polygon City, meshes, buildings. There should be a larger building, but I don't know what it is. Not this one, is it? No, it's the roof. It's not these either. That's shop. Yeah, actually we can do that too, so we can put shops underneath these as well. So for instance, the see, we can put shops underneath too. Although if we do shops, we need to also have windows, so we do need to do a couple of extra bits of work to this one. Don't worry, we'll get that set up. I have another diner called Lenny's. I like that. Well, there's only one of them. Only one of the shops is actually a 2x. Okay. So what is this game anyway? It is a spiritual successor to a game on the PS3 called Pain. Where you launch a guy into a city and you cause a whole bunch of destruction. A lot of physics and shit. Explosions, crazy shit happening. And we're doing this as a bit of just like a learning experience. So this isn't meant to be marketable or meant to be marketed. But if it turns out that it's fun and people want it, then, you know, we'll do it. But there's a lot of like fresh newbies to game dev, things like that. And they want to learn. And I think this is a pretty easy game to recreate, to learn from. Like a high effort shitpost game. This game is old, but I still think that the gameplay, if done properly, can be improved upon and holds up pretty well. As just a physics-based, lots of explosions, destruction, hitting grannies, causing cars to explode. I think there's something to it. And we did an analysis of it, and we tried to figure out what worked well and what didn't work well about this game so that we can improve upon the things that didn't work well. But mechanically, it's a very simple game, right? Launch a guy, ragdoll, things he hits break or explode. You get score. I mean, that's really about it. Making 2 games? Kind of. I won't be the lead person working on this game. I'm just working on it in some free time. Once a week. And we're looking for people to collaborate with on it, so. If there's anybody looking to learn some basics of making games, this would be the place. Yeah, okay. So there's really only one 2x1 building here. I suppose we could just not make the double building generator then, and just leave this one to be handmade. And you can always put the single building generator on top. Gotta have a side project when you get burned out on main game? Kinda true. like I have a whole nother, you know, game designer. We have level designers that are ready to work on this, 3D modelers, a couple programmers. So if I can just get it off the ground, I'm hoping that their motivation will be high enough to keep working on it. Tetris buildings, exactly, yeah. I think it'll work. Hexic would be perfect for Tetris buildings. True, true. Apartment stairs? Oh yeah, okay, I remember this one. We can do some generation for that too. Okay, then so what we'll do is that if a mesh is equal to one of the shops, we will paste in the glass for it. So we'll make a map of these static meshes to the glass that they go with, which would be these 6, I think. Except this one, so not this one. Who are you working with? You mentioned other designers, coders, etc., but I think it's voluntary. It is. We don't have any money right now. Unfortunately. Including me. Like, I don't make any money from this. So, we're trying to get Golden Chronicles funded, in which case we can start building a team to work on that full-time. But for this one, this is all just like voluntary, and we're just here to learn and make what we can, and hopefully if we make something decent, we can put it on our portfolios. You know, put up a free game on Steam or something, and if people like it, we can build it out further. Or just like a demo. Yeah, Kotspur does full-time work, and he does some help for me. It's moving like a normal person on pavement, do an investment, yeah. Does this predate Angry Birds? I believe so. $2009. Pain for the PS3 was 2007. An old game. Feels weird to say though that 2007 is old. Hold on, my music ended. It's not that old. So what are you doing in Poland of all places? Every single Polish person asks me that. Every single one of them. System, road system, buildings. ST shop front glass. Just a polite way to say leave. I ended up moving here because I had trouble finding a full-time job in the US as like a junior game designer. So, and then my fiance was Polish as well, so it kind of worked out with timing that, hey, fuck it, let's move to Europe. I don't know a lick of the language here, and I've never moved outside of my hometown, living with my parents. So let's move halfway across the world to a country that I am not allowed to live in, and I don't know the language of. Let's see what happens, right? In case you didn't know, it's very stupid. Don't do that. Shop. glass mesh. ET shop front glass. Get out of here, bitch. Why are you not allowed to live there? Because I didn't have a visa. Weren't you from Belgium? No, I'm from US. I'm living in Poland, but my last name is probably Belgian. How'd you find a nice European girl to take you in? I promised her a green card. No, we fell in love. She'd hate if I said that. Where's the glass for the shop? One glass. Okay, there we go. Duplicate. Duplicate. But Americans don't need a visa in the EU. They do. Yeah. And the way that Americans can end up living here in the EU is just about as difficult and stupid as it is for people to get visas in the US. It is equally shit. Ironically, these countries often make it easier for illegal people to live here than it is for people to legally live here. Really fucked up. There are a lot of good studios here, though. It's much easier to get a job here in Poland. Okay, single building generator. I'm gonna make a macro for getting the right building. Get glass for building. Poland's very good at exporting their workforce. Yeah, they are. Gotta rescue the boat. People, no room for law-abiding Americans. It's just weird. You'd think that if you say, okay, I'm not here to cause a problem, I want to pay the taxes, but I want to live here and get a job easily, you'd think it would be easy to get that set up. But ironically, if you were like fleeing a war, and I'm not saying that people fleeing from war don't deserve to find safe haven easily, but it's like you can just apply for some of that shit. You get a work visa, you're ready to go. But I'll give you an example of some of the shit that I had to go through. So when you move here and you try to set up you try to find an apartment to live in, right? They need proof that you have a job. Or in order to get proof of a job, you often need a bank account and a place that you're living. In order to get a job, or in order to get a bank account, you need a place of residency, and you often need a proof of that you have a tax ID in the country. But you can't get a tax ID unless you have a place to live. It's like, okay, well, let's try to go back to square one. Let's go get a job first. Well, you can't get a job unless you have a work visa. You can't get a work visa unless you have a place that you're living that you can sign as your residency. It's just like all these things require each other, and in order for you to even get started on one of them, you kind of just need somebody to cheat for you. You need somebody to say, okay, well, I'm going to bend the rules a bit for you and give you this like phone number, and then you can go get this thing, and then you can get this thing and this thing and this thing. It's really fucked up. And then of course, here in Poland, and I assume that it's probably similar in some other EU countries, your work visa only applies for one contract. So if they want to hire you for 3 months to test you out, it takes about 3 months to get the work visa in the first place. And by the time you get it, Then you're ready to sign another contract, in which case your work visa gets reset, takes another 3 months to get, and then if you apply for a new residence permit, based on the work visa, you have to apply for a new residence permit based on the new work visa, and it just keeps spiraling out of control. Someone needs to bend the rules to start the chain reaction, yeah. And thankfully I had somebody that could do that, but it's just really, 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 really stupid. Might be better to make an LLC and then bill whatever company you work for. In order to start a company in Poland, you need a PESEL number. And in order to get a PESEL number, I think you still need a residency. Oh, from the US? Not really. But don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. And I'm not saying Poland is worse than the US in this regard. In the US, it is equally as fucked up to find a job. Go like ask ChatGPT what you need to go get a job in the US if you live outside the US. And you realize that all of the work visas or all the ways to get a job take about half a year minimum to even be ready to start working. Or, and this is both true for Poland and the US, you get married to a citizen and you pretty much have a simple pathway to getting work. That's it. Just get married. You can apply for residency, you can apply for your green card or whatever work visa on marriage. Easy game. With almost go to US after living in inglorious Europe. I like US and Europe both. Poland and US are both pretty great. Who wants to know a tip and trick for your functions and macros, especially your macros? If you name the input of your execution nodes exec, or it used to be you could type in exec and it would get rid of the input node. Okay, then still works for the output. It makes it invisible. Shit. I was gonna look really, really fancy here in making my input and output nodes invisible, but I can't. Oh, I think it's execute. Hold on. Execute. Yeah. Okay, so if you type in execute as the name of the input node and then as the name of the output node, it will make them invisible. Just the tip. Can I marry an American horse and have residency like that, then marry all sorts of things now? Yes. You can also identify as a horse, probably, knowing the US. If you want. Okay, what am I trying to do here? Get glass for building. Okay, so we need to take an input of the mesh, test whether that mesh is equal. Are there any videos on the instance subsystems? What is an instance subsystem? Oh, you're asking Cutsper. Okay, you two coders can talk. Ignore me. Oops, don't do that. Glass mesh, output static. We'll rename this to building mesh. Data table rows. Chop front glass. For each with break. Or we can probably just do a for each and just output. Should be easy. Get data table row. Chop front glass. Break. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, that should work. Get glass for... Actually, if we don't find it, though, hold on. Hold the phone. B... Found glass. Oh. That's right, I can't have two output nodes in a macro. Okay, so we'll just make this a function then. Oh well. Get glass for building. It'll make my life easier. Building mesh. Glass mesh. And a Boolean for B. Found glass. Not gonna bitch at me that that is empty, right? We'll see. Can I make then a function for... We could actually put it all in one. Or we'll do it in two. Add glass to building. This should be pretty easy. Add static mesh component. Now the king has returned a puppy bite. Glass mesh. We don't need to change the material, I think. I don't know if changing the material of those glasses do anything. Windows Update is not happy. No, it's not going to be because I'm not going to update it. In fact, what I'm going to do is target my local machine for the Windows Update server so that it never finds updates ever again. Now that's 200 IQ. We'll see how it likes that. Oh no, the glass is just a static. Okay, it's its own material, so we're good then. We don't need to mess with it. Attach component to component. Before it feels years ago. Wonder if that works. Set static mesh. Set material. Before we update the bounds, we should be able to test this out. It should have worked though. Because the base static mesh is shop 5. Why are you working on multiple games at the same time? We're on that grind. No, I'm trying to get this project off the ground for a smaller, less experienced group of developers, so that they can kind of get what they need done and learn on the job. And I can make some of the tools for them that may require a bit more expertise of like blueprints and stuff. That's the goal, at least. LD5 shop mesh. What are you doing for free just to help them out? Yeah, I mean, we're all, like, we mostly know each other, so we're just kind of doing it as like a friends, not needing, we don't need this to be like marketed, it's not looking to be sold or published or anything, it's just a, let's just learn at our own pace, no rush, no time frames, make what we can, add it all to our portfolios, that kind of thing. Oh, there we go. Oh, we never set the static mesh. Hold on. Set static mesh. Target, new mesh. I mean, if anybody wants to learn some stuff about Unreal Engine 5, they're welcome to join this project as well. There's no limit. It's just if you want to help, if you want to learn something, like the game idea. A long time ago, I made a project just for the sake of learning without a purpose. Same. There we go. So that should handle the bottom mesh. Beautiful. It's adding the glass. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Those have different heights? Leaving for the convention? No, Wisconsin, goodbye. Hey, take care, Attorney Cog. Good luck, man. Hope you make some nice connections. I think you said you were doing it for networking, right? So that is very, very huge. No, it's because the boundaries are like that. Okay, I think I know a way around this. New integer. Section group Z adjustment. Bound total plus don't say Z. Why? Why not, chat? Okay, it's working. Look, we can do that. Oh, it's adjusting the glass too, though. Shite. Oops. We can do that. Or not, apparently. Gives me unnecessary stress by making me think of a shitty neighbor. Who's the shitty neighbor? What did they do to you? My dear boy. Who did this to you? Borussia. Uh-oh. I'm in Poland, I know all too well. The song goes hard, man. Holy shit. Calm down, Might and Magic. 8. Estonia. Yeah, that would make sense too then. Section's route. Why is that moving the glass up though? Oh, probably because we're adding this to the sections route, right? We want to add this actually to the default scene route. If it's the bottom. Problem with that though. B is bottom mesh. Boolean. Select. There we go. Bug fixed. Okay, bug not fixed. Why are you underneath? Okay, let's hope that works. We might be able to return to doing this then. Wonderful, okay. So now we can adjust the stack away from everything else. And actually what we could do even more than that we can change this to shopfront data, and we can set the values in here so that it automatically adjusts the height when you pick the right, if you pick the right bottom for the building. Add variable. Building stack offset. All right, let's start with shop front. One. Shopfront 1 needs an offset of negative five. Street layout looks very American. Why? Is it because you can fit more than one car on the road? I'm sorry, let me make the... Yeah, this should work for European street size. There it is. Oh, not one street. Oh, that collection. I'm just maybe. Yeah, we do the grids, don't we? We like our grids, our grid cities. Okay, shopfront 2 needs an offset. I think this one was negative 17, right? Or is that a different one? Negative 30. Shop 3. That's roof. Shop 3 is the double. We could do the double, but I think I'm going to... Well, we'll at least set up the offset. Maybe there's a use case for this. Negative 8. Shop 4, this one was negative 17, I remember this one. And then lastly would be shop 5. There's also a shop 6, but that one does not matter. This one looks okay. Yeah, this one's okay. Yeah, and shop 6 is just like this. Okay. Beautiful. Now that we have the data, we can... If true... Get building data. A little awkward. Let it be there. Building stack offset. we'll do a select node on this, and wildcard is our boolean. If true, grab the stack offset, otherwise add 0. Or if this is not equal to 0, grab that otherwise, do another select node. Perfect. So this way you can manually override the offset, and if you don't manually override it, it'll look for if it found one in the glass, and if it didn't find one in there, or in the data table, it will just default to 0. So no offset. Okay, there's my not so simple construction script. That's a good start. So now if we change these, it should automatically align them. The only question is, is this properly working? Looks like it. It looks correct, right? It's just weird that I don't see it moving up and down. Wait. That would be why. Oopsies. What did I do wrong here? Not equal to 0. Otherwise, if found glass is true, do the building stack offset. Yeah. And then adjust the bounds for... Oh, it's probably adjusting the bounds for the... It's probably fucking up the bottom a little bit, isn't it? No more warm, please, just cold. Now, it's pretty warm here too today. Although it gets really hot in my room because of the 2 computers running. Saturday and Sunday it's going to be really warm. Monday, Tuesday will be a bit colder. Hold on. Oh, Monday rain. I'm supposed to be in Krakow on Monday. We're gonna play that one by ear. Zero, 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 why? Why's that getting zero? Getting the right number. What's going on here today? It's weird that it's printing twice. When I compile, it shouldn't be doing that. Maybe the compile triggers it twice. It's weird. Well, it's getting the right number. It's getting minus 30. But clearly the boundaries are... either not working here... Two is okay. Maybe I just messed up testing one. I don't know. Wait, is it angled? It's ever so slightly angled. What the hell did they do? Wait, the mesh isn't angled, right? Or the BP? No. I wonder why I was fucking up. It's the mesh. There's an angle on it. Oh, it's annoying, but whatever, it's a prototype. Just thought I'd messed something up. Wild. Okay. I guess it was okay. Ooh, that's weird. That is what's supposed to happen though, so that's okay. Yeah, we're fine. So if you set it to any of the shops, it will automatically adjust its height as necessary to get rid of gaps. Automatically put the glass there if that's relevant. And if not, it's not going to do any of that shit. And you can adjust the material as desired. Beautiful. Well, it's a nice little featureful blueprint. Well, today we had some good success, I would say. We have a dynamic... Great success. We have a dynamic... We have dynamic tools. We should have plural here. For roads, sidewalks, and buildings, which are kind of mainstays for us. And we have various ways that we can change them as well. Look different. Which I'm going to do right now. Because why not? I'll even do one more on the corner, because we should have corner sections that we can use here. Let's give it a try. Section meshes, corner. There's shop corners. We could do a shop on the corner. Let's try that. We'll do apartment corner. And on the base section, shop corner. Ooh, we need to get those into the data table. We missed those. That should be pretty easy though. Oops. Shop corner 1. Glass. We don't know offset yet. We just need to trigger the, yeah, there we go. Okay, what about offset for this one? It looks okay. There's a little bit of a gap, but it's nothing major. And shop corner 2 looks fine as well. Section 2. Yeah, look at that. I just pressed saved all and it deleted the old one. What the fuck happened? What's the issue here? Is it not loaded? The fuck? I think my world partition's doing something weird. I don't know too much about world partition yet, so there might be some things that I'm just not understanding about it. Yeah, either way, this is great, and you know, if people want to move it, or if like level designers want to move it a bit, they can move it in stacks, and you know, it's kind of like automatic grouping, but a little bit easier, I think, and this way we can more carefully build the city. So we'll see what the team makes of this. You have blueprints for buildings, roads, and sidewalks. A road is as easy as plopping it down, selecting a length. 5 sections, we'll rotate it by 90 degrees. There we go. Then you make a duplicate. -90, connect them up. You're good to go. And then you can modify sections as you wish. I will probably improve this because I think that it can be improved a lot more than it is, especially for specific section rotations, and then we might copy that over to the sidewalk as well, that functionality. Sidewalks have a bit more functionality though. I don't know why I set that to 50. For sidewalks, you can specifically rotate the final mesh in any direction that you want, which is useful for putting corners. Or you can do full rotation on all the meshes, although I think right now it's a little bit weird and wonky for that, so. Easier in some cases just to rotate the whole blueprint. Which will also, if you have a corner piece, rotate that one too, since it's all relative. I don't know why you would want it to look like this, but you can. And then the buildings you guys saw. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good day for success on this. I must get going. I'm gonna go have some rest on the weekend here. A little bit of overlap, isn't there? I wonder if they're not meant to be specifically next to each other, if there's supposed to be like a gap or something. Either way, I'm gonna get going for the weekend, guys. I will see you all on Tuesday. Because Monday I'm gonna be in Krakow, I'm gonna be gone all day, so Tuesday we'll be back with more Cauldron Chronicles. We have some things to fix up, and nothing else planned. Well, next week Friday, we're going to try to get the new build for Cauldron Chronicles up on our Discord. So if you're not part of the Discord and you want to play the new build, you know, feel free to join. You don't need to be a follower or a sub or anything to play it. You can just play it. And what else? On last week, wait, hold on. Let me check something. Okay, next week Friday is Kickstarter reviews, so we don't have a day of Decimation work. I also took off one of these days last week. I can't remember which one. Well, either way, Monday I will be gone. 26th. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday we'll be finishing up Golden Chronicles, and I'll probably have a build out Thursday then with the new stuff. So we have a lot of work to do and a lot of things to finish up next week. Friday Kickstarter reviews, and then September I have unfortunately been paid to play Star Wars Outlaws by some absolutely sadistic viewer who bought me, or who donated enough for me to play the game. So I'm gonna have to play Star Wars Outlaws, and shit. We'll try to enjoy ourselves with it. Let me add that here. September Star Wars Outlaws. The viewer sounds like a small guy. I might be able to start playing it early on the weekend before because it comes out on the 30th. We'll just play it by ear, okay? You know, I should take more of my weekends as breaks. So I might just take a break on the weekend, and then we'll come back to it on Monday, and we'll go full ham. We'll see what happens. So let's say September is tentative for now. This is how we're going to finish up August. And then I have to go through Gamescom and see what game releases have been announced for the following couple months. I know there's something in November. Stalker 2 is in November. I might take a vacation in October. I need a couple weeks just to take off. I just need to not be doing game dev for a couple weeks. I haven't taken a long extended break this whole year, so we'll play it by ear. Thank you guys so much for coming out today. I will see you on Tuesday. Remember, Tuesday, not Monday. And have a great rest of your weekend. You know, drink, be happy, be nice to your neighbors. Try to spread some love and cheer in the world, and I'll see you on Tuesday. T-Stream Man, take care, Marius. Thank you for the follow today, and thank you for showing up. See you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a nice weekend.